are in your book, and you will find that they're printed 3 to a page with a lot of open space on the side, left side, right side, to write notes if you want. Okay. So this is your book to use today and then to keep as we move forward. What I would like to do as we say this prayer is to pray it together in what's known as choir. And so what choir means is that everyone to my left will be side 1, and everyone to my right will be side 2. Okay? And you'll see where the different paragraphs are broken up. Okay? And I will begin then. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us ponder as we pray the words of St. Vincent DePaul. Jesus, you have called me to evangelize persons who are bruised and burdened, and my purpose is to make you known. When you lived on this earth, your thoughts and actions were of mercy, forgiveness, and healing for all people, because you knew it was your Father's will to be saved. Teach me by your example, and grant me the virtues necessary to be a true evangelizer, and make me, through the fervor of my zeal, set the world aflame. I want to give myself to you, body and soul, mind and heart, and spirit, and always do what pleases you. In your mercy, grant me the grace to have you continue in me through the reading of your word. Blessed Savior. Amen. So let us pray. Side 1. Loving Creator, we ask for the insight to understand the needs of people today, that we might grasp the complexity of the situations that face us and the absolute demands of the community. The hungry have a right to food, the homeless to shelter, the oppressed to freedom, and the ill to health care. God, enable us to live in solidarity with our brothers and sisters, to be contagious in our love for all, as we transmit the spirit of St. DePaul and Blessed Frederick. Do not allow our fear, eagerness, or pride to limit the action of your spirit, nor allow our selfishness to prevent your continuity within us of greater fruit. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. So let me just introduce myself, and then Kelly will introduce herself. Normally when we do this, we have everyone introduce themselves, but we don't usually have this size attendant. So if we did that, I think we would take it in the morning. So we're not going to do it. As I said, I'm Sister Katherine Kelly. This year I'm a daughter of charity for 50 years. I entered when I was 6. And most of my ministry life has been in the field of healthcare. I was 40 years in healthcare. I've been with the society for about 10 years as a spiritual formator. The other things that I do to stay off the streets and out of trouble is I'm a professor of ethics at Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut, which is for a piece from here. But through the magic of the internet, I teach in the distance learning program, and I've been teaching there for about 10 years. I love it because when I was in the hospital itself, I was the in-house ethicist and would work with families and physicians and caregivers. So that's wonderful. And then I also work with our Ascension Health, which is the health system that I've always been with. We have what's known as DePaul Community Health Centers of New Orleans, which are all outpatient centers. We have about 13 of them, and then we're in the schools doing school health. So I work with them in their governance area and quality. So those are the kinds of things I'm involved in. You may notice that my accent or brogue is a little different than yours. I'm a Chicagoan by birth, and a northern person all my life. So I was transplanted to the South 4 years ago. And so that's just a little bit about me. And again, I say it's just a pleasure to be here today and to journey with you through the life of Vincent and Frederick and Rosalie and everyone else that you'll learn about today. Kelly?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, another Kelly Parker, Director of Essential Services for the Archdiocese Council in New Orleans. I'm going to date myself a little bit. If y'all remember the Love Boat, there was a gal, Julie McCoy, who was a cruise director. It was really nice to make sure that everybody was comfortable and accommodated. It's pretty much what I do. I've done this now for 14 years. And it's been an absolute joy. I learned so much about myself and the importance of helping communities. I've gotten the pleasure to work with Sister Katherine now for 3 years, and even though I've been in my position for a long time, I have learned so much from her, and I'm figuring you will do the same with this experience. So again, we appreciate this warm welcome, and I'm excited to be here. This is the largest group I've ever helped facilitate, and I'm going to really fight to keep my knees from shaking, so bear with me. So thank you all again.
Probably know this place better than I do because I don't know it at all. It's a lovely facility. So the restrooms are in the back. You get the important stuff out of the way. Restrooms are in the back. There's wonderful snacks and breakfast. If you need to get up and refresh your coffee or get some more pastry, I'm told that they were handmade and they taste like it. And if you need to use the facilities, please feel free because this is a long day and we want you to be comfortable. The mind can only take in as much as the body can stand. So please don't make your body suffer and need this. Okay? So let's get started. This is a program on spiritual formation primarily. That's important to let you know ahead of time. I know that as society members, we're very much into the service component, going out and taking care of our friends. But this isn't a training for how to serve the poor. It will be part of what we're going to talk about. But if you came just to learn the didactics of going out to serve the people that come to us, that's not what you're going to end up getting today. I share that caveat with you because we did this a couple of weeks ago, and there was one gentleman who only came to learn how to serve the poor. He wasn't much into that spirituality stuff. And so I just think it's important to give you a disclaimer ahead of time so as not to disappoint you. And I don't think you'll be disappointed at all because the materials that we have today are just fabulous. And I think you'll learn a great deal from it. How many of you have been through Ozanam Training before? And that was a while back, right? This is a new version that came out in 2020, the national office. And we're encouraged in all of our councils to make sure that all of our conferences are trained every 3 years, and all of our new members are trained as soon as possible. So we're just glad to be back here to make sure that we get a lot of you up to date on that. Vincent tells us we have to study in such a way that love corresponds with knowledge. You will hear over and over again this theme about love. Being that person who is God's presence to other people. And so the didactic, the knowledge is great, but faith without action and action without faith doesn't work. So you have to have the formation in both in order to really be Vincentian. Each one of us will become a part of the history of how God cares for his people around the world. You are a member of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, a Vincentian, dedicated to growing in holiness through personal service and friendship. And what I will tell you is, this is a vocational call to join the Vincentian community, because the Vincentian community, and we'll see that in a couple of seconds, is a vast, vast religious community that is all around the world. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul is one component of this Vincentian family, but there are many components to it. And so we embrace then the Vincentian charism. A charism is really the purpose and the philosophy for which an organization or a ministry comes together. We know that there are charisms for the Franciscans. St. Francis taught people about, Sister Moon and Mother Earth and being engaged in our creation. We see that a lot through the works of Pope Francis in his encyclical Laudate Se, which is caring for the good earth. That's important, but that is not our charism. The Dominicans, they were founded to teach, and so their whole focus has always been in teaching. And then you have the Benedictines, both men and women, and they're mostly monastic. Their main focus is their prayer life, and they do service in order to support themselves. But their primary focus is their prayer. So with the Vincentian charism, what Vincent DePaul told us is that we're called to honor our Lord Jesus Christ, serving him corporally and spiritually in the person of the poor. So that's what you said yes to when you decided to be Vincentian. There are about 800,000 people worldwide who are Vincentian. So you belong to a big family. Ancestry.com is like massive with us, and we'll share a little bit about that. And these are all over the world. We're in about 150 countries in the world, including some of the worst war-torn countries that we're seeing in our society right now. Our Superior General would be the President of St. Vincent de Paul, Father Tomas. His home is Ukraine. And so he has a great love right now for service to the people of Ukraine. We have sisters in Israel, in Bethlehem, in Gaza, in Lebanon. And we have some of our American sisters missionary there. And they wouldn't leave it if their life depended on it. And right now their life does depend on it. Within the United States, you are a member of a conference. And there are 4,500 conferences around the country. It's a lot of people. There are about 100,000 Vincentians in our nation. So, our mission, why do we exist? We are a network of friends inspired by gospel values, growing in holiness, and building a more just world through personal relationships with and service to people in need. So, as we'll see in one of the slides, we have a three-pronged why we exist, and that would be spirituality, friendship, and service. And all of them are very important to the life of the Vincentian. We're inspired by gospel values. The Society of St. Vincent DePaul, a Catholic lay organization, leads women and men to join together to grow spiritually by offering person-to-person service to the needy and suffering in the tradition of our founder, Blessed Frederick Ozenam, and his patron, St. Vincent DePaul. What I will tell you is Vincent DePaul lived in the 17th century, back in the 1600s. And he founded the Vincentian community 400 years ago. Frederick didn't come on the scene until the 19th century, in the 1800s, when he and some of his friends decided to create a society, and it was formed in Paris, France. Now, the Daughters of Charity and the Vincentian Fathers, we were also founded in Paris, and our mother houses are in Paris to this day. So it's always been that French connection that then has gone out to all of the world. As a reflection of the whole family of God, members who are known as Vincentians are drawn from every ethnic and cultural background, age group, and economic level. Vincentians are united in an international society of charity by their spirit of poverty, humility, and sharing, which is nourished by prayer and reflection, mutual supportive gathering, and adherence to the rule. Susan made available to all of you the rule and the manual and the membership guide. Some of you may have it, others may not, and we'll talk a little bit about the importance of using those documents, not just putting them on a bookshelf. Because they're really very meaningful documents that will help you in your society a lot. Organized locally, Vincentians witness God's love by embracing all work, charity, and justice. The society collaborates with other people of goodwill in relieving needs and addressing those causes, making no distinction in those served. Because of them, Vincentians see the face of God in everyone. So while we're a Catholic lay organization, we're not here only to serve Catholics. That shouldn't be a question, like your first question you asked, like in the hospitals. First question asked is, do you have insurance? For Vincentians, you don't say, are you Catholic? And because we know they don't have any money, so for the most part. So we're here for everyone. Race, creed, color, economic background. And when we talk about poverty, you'll understand that the economic background is such that most of our friends who come to us for care don't have much and are in great need. But what we learned, especially through the pandemic, is poverty took a whole lot of different twists and turns. And people who otherwise were very self-sufficient found themselves in poverty. And so we can't just earmark the low income as our poor. We'll talk some more about that as well. The purpose of the society, primarily spiritual growth of its members, and then secondarily, serving those in need and bringing them closer to God. So the important part, which is what we're doing today in spirituality, is to allow us all to realize that when we joined the society, we didn't join a beneficent organization that goes out and does good for people. Hopefully that wasn't your first reason to be joining. If you wanted to do that, you could join the Lions Club, or some of the other organizations around that do very good work. But what they don't have is the sense of spirituality. So for us, as Vincentians, called to this vocation, we learn about our spirituality because the reality is we can't give to others what we don't have. And that's that sense of God in the heart. God's ever present to us. The society engages in a number of works convening all the needs, trials, and tribulations of human life, both corporally and spiritually. And no work of charity is foreign to society. Each of the councils across the country, many have different focuses, depending on the geographic area and the needs of the people, and your research. And so in some places, you know, in many places, we do the basic human needs: food, housing, electricity, medications, assistance when someone dies, you know, those kinds of things. In other councils and conferences, people have added prison ministry, ministry to the unhoused, which is now what sociologists are calling the homeless. Instead of homeless, they're unhoused. And I understand that you have a fairly robust service to the unhoused here in this area. So each place really reflects the needs of the population where you serve. As I said, the essential elements are spirituality, friendship, and service. The core work of the society, as I said before, some have thrift shops. We have a thrift store in New Orleans. It does very well and meets some needs, especially since we collaborate with some of the other programs. DePaul USA, Harry Thompson Rebuild Center, which is a day shelter, Ozenam Inn, which is both a day and night shelter, Hotel Hope, which is a shelter for moms and children. And so what we're able to do is to assist them, especially when they are moving people from the shelter into their own apartments. And through our thrift store, we're able to provide household supplies and furniture. A lot of times, you know, dishes, pots and pans, towels, those kinds of things. So that becomes part of us. We're not into housing as such as a society in New Orleans because we don't need to be. The city of New Orleans has what's known as the Unity Department, and they focus on housing for all of the community. And then with these different shelters and organizations I mentioned, that's their primary focus. So we just try to support them with the basic human needs that we're able to provide them, especially the tangible needs when people are getting their own places. We don't do much with immigration services in New Orleans, and I suspect it just depends on, again, which geographic area you're in and how many migrant situations you find yourself. We did have a situation in New Orleans a while back in which several families from Venezuela came and settled in Covington, Louisiana. And some parishes had invited the people who came to live with them, or they set up housing and the such for them. And one of the things they found out was none of them had health care. And so the president of the conference at Mary Queen of Peace, he called over to Sister Irma Vargas, who is one of our sisters, who's a case manager at DePaul Community Health Center. And he said to her, is there any way that DePaul will support these folks? Because, you know, they didn't have insurances, they weren't set up in Medicaid, any of that stuff. So Sister Irma and some of her case managers went over and actually assessed the entire 22 families. and we're able to get them into things like Medicaid sometimes, or into DePaul's health system, when they couldn't get into Medicaid because they don't all have green cards. And also through Nourishing in Louisiana, which is a program to help with food stamps, they were able to enroll people to get SNAP cards, to the food stamp cards. So it's that way of collaborating while we don't necessarily do it on our own. And I'm sure you all have different stories about how you reach out based on the people in your geographic area. So let me just take a moment and break you into some small groups. And what we thought would work is because the tables are have, there's like 6 to a table in some places, less in others. If you just talk to your neighbors at your table for a couple of minutes and ask yourself the question, how does your conference live out the essential elements? That is spirituality, friendship, and service. Story being how we got founded, who our founders are, and all of that good stuff about our family history. So, April 23rd, 1833 was the Society's birthday. We celebrated the other day. And it was founded by these 7 gentlemen, whose names I'm not going to pronounce for you other than a couple of them, because I will just butcher the French. But it's Frederick Ozenam, Emmanuel Bailey, and 5 of his friends. I think that's more respectful to them. Actually, well, I could say Auguste, Jules, Francois, Paul, and Felix. So, our Mother Superior right now in France, name is Francois, and I love it, so that's one of the words I like to say, Francois. These gentlemen came together. They were college students with Frederick at Sorbonne in France. And so they're kind of our founding fathers. But before that, before the society was founded, the Society of St. Vincent DePaul, the Vincentian community was founded. Vincent lived in and was born in Poix, France in 1581. He pursued priesthood to support his family. Now that's a nice way of saying his family were pig farmers and he didn't want to be a pig farmer. And the only way in that time in history that you could move out of what your family was about and kind of climb the educational and corporate ladder was to become a priest. It's not the greatest vocation story in the world, but Vincent didn't want to be a pig farmer. So he went off to be a priest. Vincent was kind of a character in his young days. He was ordained at 19 years of age, and is not something that normally happens. But he found himself a bishop who was blind, and the bishop ordained him not knowing that he was not like 26, 27 years old, and he hadn't been to seminary. But back in that day, there weren't many seminaries, and there were a lot of priests that were ordained. Excuse me, Father, but we have one among our range, and at least one that I recognize. And so oftentimes, men were ordained to the priesthood or even became bishops because their families bought the position. That was very common. And Vincent became a tutor to a wealthy family in Paris, which he loved, and then he sent back money to his family in Kuwait. It was at the De Gande estate that he heard a deathbed confession that changed his whole life. He was so taken by it that he stopped being self-centered and became selfless. It's kind of like the story of Saul in the scripture. Saul was one of Jesus' greatest persecutors, as we know. And then God kind of knocked him off his high horse and blinded him. And when he could see again, he became the evangelist Paul, and one of Jesus' greatest evangelizers and supporters. The same thing happened to Vincent. He was knocked off his high horse, wanting to be an aristocrat, and settled back down into being a good parish priest. He started working with the poor, and he saw a need for an organization. He says to us, you will go and visit the poor 10 times a day, and 10 times a day you will find God there. I'm here to tell you that as Vincentians, if we don't find God in the people that we serve, we're not doing it right. Because, as Vincent will tell us, it is when I look into the eyes of a poor person, it is Jesus Christ who I see. That's why, and we'll talk more about this as we go along, but there's a spiritual practice called apostolic reflection. And we use it at the sister's house every week. And what we do is we talk about something that we've done in ministry, someone that we've served. And we tell the story of what we've done, which is what you do at your meetings when you decide how you're going to help people. But after we talk about the situation and the facts about it, we always conclude by saying, and where did we find God in that situation? How was God present to me, or to the other, or to both of us? Because if we don't put it back on the providential actions of God, that's really less than being Vincentian. So again, I would invite you. There's a great little book that you can get through the National Bookstore, and it's called Apostolic Reflections of Rosalie Rondeau, and it was written by a sister named Katherine Neves, K-N-E-A-V-E-S. She's a daughter of Charity. And she takes the life of Rosalie and different 1 or 2 page stories, and then she writes an apostolic reflection about it. I've used it with our council in our spiritual formation section of our board meeting. And so I will share some tools with you as we go along that you might want to use in your own meetings. But that's a really, really good one.
So could you repeat that for us, the name of the book?
Apostolic Reflections of Rosalie Rondeau, R-E-N-D-U, by Sister Karen Neves. The bookstore at National has wonderful resources. So I invite you, or invite your leadership and your spiritual advisor for your conference to take a look at them, because you might find some things that you will find valuable to supplement what you already have. Vincent lived at a time when there was a woman whose name was Louise de Maria. Louise was born in 1591. She was a wife and mother. She was active in the Ladies of Charity. She had always wanted to be a woman religious, and back then she was not allowed to be, because she was the illegitimate daughter of Mr. Marriott, who was an aristocrat and belonged to the courts of France. And so within the church structure at the time, and at the same time in the church, if you wanted to be a religious woman, you would enter a convent that was like a cloister. And you would not go outside the cloister to do ministry. Your ministry was the ministry of prayer. And oftentimes, rich families would send their daughters there to be educated. But that was the only ministry. So instead, she met Vincent. Vincent was her spiritual director. He encouraged her to work with what was then known the Confraternity of Charities, the Ladies of Charity, which still exists today. It's one of the members of the broader family. And it's interesting because the society, which was founded in the 18th century, up until the late 1960s, early 1970s, was a male-only organization. Only men could be part of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. And if you wanted to have some experience as a woman, then you would become a lady of charity. That all changed, 1960s, 1970s, where we all came together. But some people have continued with the Ladies of Charity. She was widowed at 34. She had one son. And so Vincent encouraged her, because she still wanted to be a woman religious. He encouraged her to take care of her son until he was old enough to care for himself. So, together with Vincent, they became the Christian patrons of the Christian social workers, which was somewhat new back then, because all these ministries started to be developed as people like Vincent and Louise reached outside the normal process of the church to create new organizations. She was the foundress of the Daughters of Charity. And so she says to us, as for your conduct towards the sick, may you never take the attitude of merely getting the task done. You must show them affection, serving them from the heart. And you will see this theme throughout today. Over and over and over and over again, it is affection, the heart, Jesus Christ, and our love for Jesus to the poor. So, the Apostle of Charity, Vincent, established the Ladies of Charity. He established the Congregation of the Mission, which is the Vincentian priest. Most often in our country, the Vincentian priests are known as people who run major universities around the country. DePaul University, Chicago, St. John's University in New York City, Niagara University in Niagara Falls, and they also do some parish work. In New Orleans, we have 5 CMs who are part of St. Joseph's Parish on Tulane Street, which is near the downtown area. It's pretty much on the campus of LSU Health Services. So there are 5 CMs, and we're very fortunate to have them with us. He founded he was the founder of Francis Social Services, what he said was, prayer is great, but there's so many suffering people, and somebody needs to go out and take care of them. And so with the sisters and with the society, and with the Ladies of Charity, he began to go out into the streets and care for the poor, finding them, the unhoused, abandoned babies, abandoned elderly people, families who were struggling and needed care. And so he trained the sisters and the priests to go out and to actually do street ministry, which is why we talk about the social service. He also, with his Vincentian priests, developed a system for seminaries, for priests to be ordained, so that they were truly trained the way they needed to be trained. And so that became very important. He was a tireless worker of the poor, galley slaves, orphans, war victims. Back in his day, they had something called the plague. That was very foreign to many of us until COVID hit, and then we clearly understand what the plague was. There's no guessing about that anymore. So, move forward from Vincent and Louise in the 17th century to Frederick and Rosalie in the 19th century in Paris, France. Rosalie Rondeau is the daughter of charity. She served the poor of the Mouffetard district for 54 years. Now, if any of you are familiar with the book, the play, or the movie Les Miserables, that is the Mouffetard area. That's the neighborhood that Rosalie lived in, and that Frederick and his friends began to serve in. Because that was one of the really important areas of service for the poor. She started orphanages, clinics, daycares, trade schools, home and elderly care, and more. She was an amazing woman. I had the great honor of attending her beatification back around 2003 or 2004 with Pope John Paul II, and to visit some of the places that Rosalie was served at. The other fascinating thing, she was very connected to the political system of France, and was loved greatly by the King of France and the aristocrats, which is where she got her money. She knew how to run foundations before they even existed. She was kind of like a little Robin Hood. She would talk the rich out of their money to serve the poor, like Vincent did. Because as Vincent once said to us, without money we could do nothing. Well, we all know that, right? And especially in serving the poor, because we're called to serve the poor, but we can't serve all the poor because we don't have enough resources. So that was one of the legacies Rosalie gave us. So when she died, her funeral was a state funeral. And there were like 50,000 people at her funeral. It was amazing. The sisters didn't go because they were afraid. And she was buried with our sisters at the cemetery in France. And people swamped at her grave. It's amazing. And so after several years of the traffic, because the graves were not along the roadside, the cemetery people decided to move her grave to right along the roadside for easy access to those who would like to visit her. And to this day, as I saw it myself, there are always fresh flowers on her grave. Always. That's the influence she had to the people of France, as did Vincent and Louise, but Rosalie kind of took center stage about it. Then comes Frederick, and he was born in the 19th century. He was a very bright student, a devout Catholic, goes to Paris to study at the Sorbonne. He becomes a professor there and a lawyer. He marries. And together with Emmanuel Bailey and the other gentleman, he starts what we would call a study group. They would come together to talk about their faith. You know, they had their academics, which was very important. They wanted to talk about their faith. And so they would meet every week and they would talk about, you know, the gospel and what the gospel was saying to them. And all of a sudden, Emmanuel Bailey was like, you know, talk is cheap. All we do is talk. When are we going to have action? When are we going to do something, which is what we're studying the Gospels? How are we going to spread the gospel message? So Frederick goes off and visits Rosalie, because she's the famous social worker in the area. And he says to her, what can we do? How can we take care of this? So Rosalie gives him all the instructions of what to do and how to make home visits, how to reach out to the poor. And from that is when the conference began. These 7 gentlemen took what they were learning in their head and put it to action in their heart. Rosalie would say to them, be kind and love, for love is your first gift to the poor. They will appreciate your kindness and your love more than anything else you can bring to them. And so the early society started in 1835 with 200 Vincentians. And they talked about, you know, how to keep the spirit going, and so they decided it was through the rule. So Emmanuel Bailey and Francois Leurier, they created the first rule, and you have an adaptation of that. Very little has changed. Language, probably. People that we serve are different now. And so with Frederick, his legacy began. He died at the age of 40, which is not uncommon back then. The life expectancy was not great. And if you want to read about his life, there's a great book called The Apostle of the Top Hat. There's also, as you may know, an award that is given called the Top Hat Award. I don't know if you all do that here, but we've been doing it in New Orleans, and it recognizes one of our members who really exemplifies all that Frederick and the early Vincentians society members exemplified. The other one, a book that is really wonderful to read, but it's kind of lengthy, is called I, Frederick. And it's written by a priest of the Congregation of the Mission, whose name is Ron Ramson, R-A-M-S-O-N. And what Ron did was he wrote like a biography of Frederick, but he wrote it in the first person as if he was Frederick. He told Frederick's story in the first person. So it's fabulous. It's a really good book. It came out a few years ago. And so we saw the rapid growth of the society from France to Italy to England to Belgium, Scotland, to the United States, 176, 177 years old. Holland, Mexico, Sweden, and today you can see all of the places and the people that are part of it. Our society national office is in St. Louis, and the members of our family, I keep talking about the Vincentian family, the Society of St. Vincent DePaul, the Ladies of Charity, the priests of the Congregation of the Mission, the Sisters of the Daughters of Charity, the Federation of the Sisters of Charity, who were founded in the United States by Elizabeth Ann Seton, and then she collaborated with the French Connection to bring the daughters to the United States. Many of her sisters that started in Emmitsburg went out from Emmitsburg, and the bishops made them communities within the archdiocese or the diocese. So they became the Federation of Charity. Vincentian Marian Youth, Miraculous Medal Association, Vincentian Service Corps, the whole list. So there are just a huge number. So once again, if you would take a minute, and we're gonna take a break now because we're pretty much out of time, and we'll keep that. So when we come back, I would ask you to think about this. What in our heritage inspires you? The quote from Emmanuel Bailey: "Everyone is differently acted upon by divine grace. Everyone has his own way of doing things. Let us not impel the various manifestations of the Holy, impede the various manifestations of the Holy Spirit." Let's not get in God's way because it's our way or the highway. Okay? So let's take a break for about 15 minutes. Refresh your confidence and then we'll come back and talk about Vincent DePaul says to us, we must begin by establishing the kingdom of God in ourselves. We must incarnate God within us so that we can share with those around us. And that becomes very important to all that we do. Again, Vincent says to us, so our vocation is to go, to set people's heart on fire, to do what the Son of God did. He came to set the world on fire in order to inflame it with his love. And you know, our society right now really needs that kind of passion for goodness, because so much around us is not quite there. Between the wars and the different conflicts that we see, we have to be God's presence and allow people to know that God is alive and well. And we're here to testify to that. In the poor, we see the suffering of Christ. And this is in your world. There's so much in the world that is helpful. And one of the things I would suggest is, as you come together with your conference meetings, you know, as you create your agenda, and Kelly will talk about that, make sure that you give spirituality an equal share of time to friendship and to the service. You know, don't just do an opening prayer for, 30 seconds, 2 minutes. and then say, okay, now we're moving on to the rest of our agenda. Your agenda needs to have spirituality as a part of it. And how many in here are spiritual advisors? Each of your conference needs to have a spiritual advisor. And it needs to come from your membership, and the president of your conference needs to invite someone to do that. But with the resources that we have, one of the things I would say is sometimes when you start your meetings and you want to do the spirituality piece, take a section from your rule. Not necessarily the whole page, but a section from it. And read that and then share what that says to you. And if we do that over and over and over again, pretty soon we will have read the whole rule. And then we'll know the rule. And that becomes so important. Vincent continues to say, in serving the poor, we serve Jesus Christ. You're probably going to get tired of hearing me say that, because I'm going to say it over and over and over. But that's who we are. Growing in holiness through our prayer life, reflection on Scripture, the teachings of the church, our daily lives, and our relationship with those in need, and with our fellow Vincentians. We are a community of faith. Within our parish, the parish is our faith community. Within the conferences, the conference members are a Vincentian community. And so we need to embrace that and live that as best we can. Prayer is essential to being a Vincentian. Give me a person of prayer, and that person will be capable of anything, everything. And that's because as long as we pray, as long as we reach out to God, we're not dependent on ourselves. I'm not here today as Kathy Kelly, a daughter of Charity, who think I know everything there is to know about being a Vincentian. What I have to do is, and I know, after 50 years I know, because it's my life, not a job. But if I don't start my day or an activity by saying, Dear God, please put into my mouth your words. Please put into my head your presence. And please let me represent you in all that I do. That takes me out of the equation and puts God at the center of that equation. And that's what we need to do. We are God's presence to those people that God puts in contact with. Our meetings, opening and closing all meetings with a prayer. Prayer before a home visit, prayer with those we serve, prayer after the home visit, prayer to sustain us in our daily life, and the Eucharist as a source and summit. And there's a big focus now on returning to being Eucharistic people, because what we have recognized in our faith and in our Catholic Church, no matter what diocese we live in, our churches are not as full as they used to be, for a variety of reasons. And some people are disheartened, and there are just lots of variances. But we need to know that Jesus is our center, and to receive Jesus in the Eucharist is to become intimately related to Jesus. The prayer before and after home visits are very good. Prayer during home visit, and I know that many of you don't do home visits. Your systems are set up where the friends come to see you rather than you going to find them. If a person is open to being prayed with, that's one thing. But we can't impose the fact that we want to pray on the people we serve. We need to ask their permission can I pray with you? And sometimes they'll say, oh, just pray with me the next time you say your prayers. You know, and it's a comfort thing. As we talk later, I will share with you a lot in terms of the interaction we have with those that we serve. But the important thing is that we always remember that so much of their lives have been taken away from them, and they're so dependent on others that we need to ask their permission for certain things so that they can stay in some sense of control. And prayer is one of those things. Vincentians regularly reflect on sacred scripture. At home, they use daily and weekly prayers. At conference meetings, share Vincentian reflections, share together with a spiritual advisor, and at Mass. Again, another resource that I find very helpful sometimes is in the SVdP USA website. There is a section on reflections, and it is actually broken into quarters. And what you will find is, like we're in the second quarter now of the calendar year. You go into that second quarter, and it will give you the liturgies for April, May, June. You can scroll down to the Sunday, like this coming Sunday, tomorrow, the 28th. And there will be a page that gives you the reading from the gospel. It will give you a little reflection, and then it will give you a Vincentian reflection, and it will give you a list of questions. And you can actually use that at your meetings as part of your spirituality. I find it helpful, especially if I'm tied up with things, and because I often, with the Council of New Orleans, will create something for our spiritual section of the agenda. But if I'm caught up doing other things, like this week and next week are finals for my students, so my main focus is on reading all their projects. And so then I just kind of take a shortcut. And these materials are wonderful. So anyhow, I point that out to you. Something where you spend 10 or 15 minutes of your agenda really focusing on the spirituality piece. That just continues to enhance our spiritual life. Here are some of Vincent's and Vincentian favorite scriptures. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. That's our essence. Being present and bringing good news to the poor. Blessed are the poor. When you know, it's easy to sort of get fed up with people, especially in the hospital. We had this term for people who showed up at the ER frequently, called frequent flyers, and they basically were coming in to get some pain medicine, you know, and they had creative ways of having pain. But you know, within the society and within our the people who come to us, we sometimes have frequent flyers. I tell the story of a gentleman whose name is Benjamin. And I got to know Benjamin when I got to New Orleans 4 years ago, because then Benjamin would visit our house. He'd come knock on the door. Lovely man. Very poor, homeless. I think he was homeless. It was hard to get a straight story. But he would come, and he was charming. And he'd say, hey, sister, you got anything to eat? And it was like, oh, sure, Benjamin. Go ahead, sit on the stairs of our front porch, and I'll go fix you something. And we usually had some good leftovers, so I would warm them up and bring them out to him. And he'd say, you got some money for the bus? I'm like, no, but And the sisters I lived with, they weren't necessarily as cordial sometimes. Because they would kind of get fed up with him. But the other thing he was always saying is, you know, you have a little money, I need to buy some new shoes, or I need to get one time, my mother died, I need to get some new pants and a new shirt to go to the funeral. I need a bus ticket to go over to Alexandria for the funeral. Well, many of the sisters in my house wouldn't give him money. They were like, no, we're not starting that. But you see, I have sucker written. And so I would always give Benjamin money. And he would always promise to pay me back. And so that went on for about 4 years, 3.5 years. And he'd come back. Now, the one sister I lived with who was 93 and had grown up in New Orleans, she would say to him, I'm not giving you money for shoes, but come back tomorrow and I'll have a pair of shoes for you. And she'd run down to the Salvation Army and get shoes for him. I had lots of polo shirts. And so I would just give him some of my polo shirts. That kind of stuff. Well, finally, Benjamin, it was so routine. And we kept saying to him, and we'll talk later about systemic change, you know, not just band-aiding things. We'd say to him, Benjamin, you need to get connected to the homeless shelters and to the systems that are going to help you. And so we wrote a letter to Harry Thompson Center, which is a day shelter, and he could go down there and he could take a shower and they'd give him clothes. He could set up his address there and because he was getting Social Security. And, you know, that would be kind of his living experience. We set him up at Ozanam shelter to have a bed at night. We wrote letters for him to take to our friends that run these places. Well, old Benjamin, and I mean, I was even sending him there in Ubers. Whatever. But Benjamin would go for a day or two, and then he'd come back, and one afternoon he comes back, and do you have any food? Benjamin, you're supposed to be at the Ozenam Inn at 3:30 to go in, and they'll give you supper and you can sleep there. And he said, I know, I'm running kind of late. I said, no, you can't be running late. You know, they got these rules. You can't be running late. And he was like, oh, well, just call him and tell him I'm on my way. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So we finally broke with him and said, we have tried everything we can to help you. And at one point, he had gotten hit by a bus or something. And some lawyer got him some money from the bus company. So he comes over and he shows me the check. And it was like about $2,500. He said, I'm going to go tomorrow and cash this check, and I'm coming back to give you all the money I owe you. I'm like, okay. Well, then I didn't see him for a long time. And then I said, Benjamin, where's my money? He said, oh, somebody stole it out of my pants pocket. It was like, wow. So we haven't seen Benjamin. I was away last fall for about 3 months, and he knows my car. And so I think when my car wasn't by the house, he just wouldn't come. So we haven't seen him in a while. And one of the sisters ran into him on the trolley, you know, the cable car, or whatever we call it in New Orleans. Trolley? Street. But he hasn't come back. And sometimes you have to do that. You know, we don't need to be taken advantage of. And if people aren't going to help themselves, we can't help them. Whatever you did to the least of my brethren, you do to me. And the scriptures go on. Vincent's social teachings, there is no charity that is not accompanied by justice. My story about Benjamin is really about justice as well. You know, he was taking advantage of us. And he had pushed the boundaries, and we knew that. And as Frederick would say, the order of society is based on justice and charity. Serving the poor, but not letting them take advantage. People have to help themselves, and we can help them as well. Within the Catholic Church, there are 7 themes of Catholic social teaching. Life and dignity of the human person, a call to family, community participation, rights and responsibilities, again, not only the clients, the friends' rights, but also the responsibilities that they have in helping to take care of themselves. And our rights and responsibilities, our right to deny care, which is so hard. But, you know, we can only do so much for each person. The option for the poor, preferential option for the poorest of the poor, the dignity of work and the rights of workers. Pope Pius X wrote an encyclical years ago about that. So the church is very much into the dignity of work. Solidarity and the care of God's creation, as I said, Laudato Si by Pope Francis. It's a beautiful document if you've not seen it. And then Mary, the Immaculate Conception, and Katherine Labouré, the Miraculous Medal. Katherine was a daughter of charity in the 1800s. She was a contemporary to Rosalie and to Frederick. Katherine, when she was a young sister, had a visit from the Blessed Mother at our mother house in Paris. And the Blessed Mother spoke with her and told her to go to the bishop and have the bishop create the miraculous medal. The Blessed Mother told her every piece that was to be in the medal, including the phrase, "O Mary conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to you." So Mary and Katherine met twice. Now, Mary is very much like her son, a bit. And you're wondering, where is she going with this? After Mary visited with Katherine Labouré on these 2 times and told her to go see the bishop, she said to her, "But you can't tell anybody else." Which is kind of like the miracle stories, you know. Christ cured the blind guy and then said, "But don't tell anybody." Well, obviously, or the leper, don't tell anybody. Well, you know, we can see that you can see how did it happen. So Mary says to Katherine, just work with the bishop, but don't tell anybody else. So poor Katherine, she's known as the Saint of Silence. She lived most of her life, but the medal did get struck, and we have enjoyed its presence, and people have them on today ever since then. And we have this beautiful chapel at our mother house in Paris called the Chapel of the Miraculous Medal. When Catherine's body was exhumed for her beatification and sainthood, her body was incorrupted, and her eyes were still blue, wide open and blue. So she's actually in a glass coffin at our mother house. And then St. Louise de Marillac is there, but her body needed some work from you know, a little wax job. I have a niece who just turned 25 the other day, who's like the love of my life. She's my goddaughter. And so she went over to Paris last summer when she was a child, you know, going through religious ed and that. When November 1st would come, they always had to write stories about their favorite saint. So she always wrote about Katherine Labouré. She loved Katherine Labouré. So when she was going over to Paris last year, I said to her, "Are you going to go by the Chapel of the Miraculous Medal to visit there?" And she said, "Oh, is that where Sister Blue Eyes is?" I said, "Yes, but I've never heard her called that before." So she went to see Sister Blue Eyes. and so as Katherine grew older and was close to her death, the story got out about the visit of the Blessed Mother to one of the young sisters. And so the talk within the, in the community houses was, did you know that the Blessed Mother really came to see some sister? But no one knows who it is. And you could just picture poor old Katherine sitting there going, but anyhow, we found out later. So that's the relationship of Mary and Katherine. Our virtues, simplicity, humility, gentleness, selflessness, and zeal. They're all part of who we are as Vincent. And above all, divine providence. Trust in the reliance of divine providence. Frederick trusted that God was providing for him. He believed God was acting in his life and in the lives of others. And as Frederick would say, our little society has grown large enough to be a providential fact. Now what does that mean, providential fact? Well, the fact that it continued to grow, to succeed, to expand, says that God took care of us. It's God's creation. It's not Frederick's creation. It's not Emmanuel Bailey's creation. It was God's creation, and these men had the faith to allow God to show them the way. And so for all of us, the providential fact of the Council of Biloxi with all your 17, I think, right, 8 conferences. Sometimes we kind of get low on our funds and we say, oh my goodness, how are we gonna take care of people, we probably saw this more during it was so clear to us during the pandemic. And the needs were so much more, and so it's like, how are we going to continue the work that so needs to be done? And what I have found in the ministries I've done in working with the Archdiocese is we may be a little short in a fund today, and then by golly, on Monday, a check shows up. And someone has just decided to send us a nice check, or to leave us in their will, or to get a grant approved. And that is because as long as it's God's work, God won't let us fail. Again, Frederick says, the saints were out of their mind when it came to love. Their love was limitless, embracing God, humanity, nature. And so, my dear friend, are we not going to do anything that become like those saints whom we love? And so here's a reflection question. We're going to take a couple of minutes because then Kelly will lead us through our council and conference sections, and then we'll break for lunch about noontime. So take a moment of silence, and then in your small group, name something you learned today or something you already treasure about Vincentian spirituality, and share your thoughts with those around you. And after you do that, Kelly is going to be our roaming mic reporter, and we'll ask a few of you to share with one another your thoughts.
She said that. I looked at you, I thought, well, you hit right on it. That she was part of it. Because that is my heart rate.
Kelly will provide with the microphone.
Don't find God. Not in your right.
I work with the homeless, and I actually have had another caseworker who works with the homeless make the comment to me, about me, well, I don't know what Margot does. Because I sit in the office and I talk to the homeless lady who works with me. Some people say she's my assistant. She's not my assistant. She works with me. But the Lord put us together because her strengths are my weaknesses and vice versa. She doesn't want to get in an office and talk to the homeless person who's going to tell them that they were abused when they were a child. She doesn't want to handle that. She gets them what they need. She gets them their food and showers and everything. This has really rejuvenated me because I always pray with every homeless person I talk to. At the very end, I say, do you mind if I pray with you? And I've only had one person say, no, I really don't want that. And then I didn't. But otherwise, they'll go, yes, please. Or they'll go, sure, why not? So, we are a Catholic spiritual organization. And I think that sometimes some people don't realize that when they come in to volunteer. And I'm very, very happy that we made a change in our homeless area and started putting some religious icons and pictures and stuff, because we actually had a homeless person go, oh, is this a religious organization? I didn't realize that. So we had to make some changes. Don't be afraid to pray. Don't be afraid to ask to pray with them. And don't be afraid to listen. I'm very happy about this today because I know, you know what the Lord has been leading me to do has been good. It's been okay.
Apostolic reflection. I hadn't really heard this before, but I think this will be great to add to our ministry. I hope we get the book and share that with everyone in our organization. Thank you for that.
We're just going to touch a little on the structure of conferences and councils. I figure everybody is somewhat familiar with, but it doesn't hurt to just kind of go over a little bit of a refresher as far as our structure. I think it does help regarding references and where to look for certain things when we're in need of answers and such. So basically, it's the structure of our society and organization form, and as you can see who's at the very top, it's the people living in poverty. The people who we serve are at the very top. From bottom to top, our International Confederation, St. Vincent DePaul, the U.S. National Council, Mr. spoke on, that's housed in St. Louis, our archdiocesan councils, which are broken down into regions, our district councils, and youth and conferences. So what is a conference? It's a small parish-based group that meets at least twice a month. President's elected 3-year terms, with a 6-year term being the max. Hopefully, most of the conferences will have a spiritual advisor on hand. A lot of times, if not the church pastor, may serve in that capacity. Home visits and other works of charity, and resources developed in collaboration with pastors. Structure of meetings, basically conference agenda is as follows: roll call, opening prayer, spiritual reading and reflection, one section of the rule to be read, minutes of the last meeting, reports from home visits, officer and committee reports, resolutions, old and new business, secret collection, and ending, of course, with closing prayer. Our guidelines for a successful conference, as we mentioned, see the face Christ in the poor, meet regularly and frequently, have a genuine commitment to spiritual growth, and recruit regularly and see new members as a blessing. Rituals and ceremonies and spirituality, commissioning of new members, annual renewal of service with parish and mass, and attendance of Eucharist together on our feast days. Our feast day will be taking place in September, at the end of September. Diversity. Our members are drawn from every ethnic and cultural background, age group, and economic level. Identity statement. Are we offering everyone in our parish the opportunity to grow spiritually with us? Ideas to increase membership. How could you include both people who work during the day and people who can't drive at night, families and younger people, and people who talk to God in another language other than English? We can ask ourselves, what strengths might these people bring to our conferences? Membership definitions. We have active, they're voting members, Catholic, regularly attending meetings and participating in conference works. Associate members participate in conference works, may or may not attend. Our guides for successful conferences include take initiative and try new things, which of course we are pretty much forced to these days as the needs and requests from our neighbors in need have changed. We pretty much have to be accommodating and take a new initiative to better help them, of course. Having working ties in the neighborhood and the community, participate in their district and diocesan councils, and do not hoard for a rainy day and trust God's providence. And I'll just touch base a little bit on number 2, working ties in the neighborhood and community. Our council in the past 3 years have, in my 14 years of working with the society there, we have developed a partnership with fellow agencies in the city, like I never thought we would do, but we had to because it takes many villages to help our community, and it's not one organization that's really equipped to handle the many requests. So we've been fortunate to be able to establish a wonderful working relationship with several partners. So it's a blessing to do so, and I hope that you all have that benefit here as well. Successful conference is accountability. Handle funds responsibly. Maintain parish and public's trust in the society, prevent legal and financial problems, the breakdown of the financial basis, Form 990s, IRS, insurance, bylaws, a yearly review of the books, and attend conference officer training and participate in your district conference. Confidentiality is essential. This applies to donors, guests, member information. Ensure all members know the rules. Disclosure to St. Vincent DePaul are not revealed to others without prior consent. Protect privacy and builds trust. We know your local procedures for rent and utilities. Guests will sign a release of information as needed. We are not required to share information with other agencies. Prevent accidental sharing of information. Don't discuss cases in front of non-members, and be thoughtful about emails, printers, and such. How do we do all of this? Great thing about it is society has been around for a very long time, so we don't have to invent anything or come up with a lot of concepts on our own. They're basically there and there for us to use and utilize in every sense. Love your rule and keep them as the road which God intends to lead you to himself, is what it said. The international rule was first authorized by Emmanuel Bailey in 1835. You can see the breakdown, 1935-53, structure of the rule was revised. 1968-73, revised based on the Vatican II, when women were admitted to 1856, was that way, added diocesan national councils, and we move over to 2005, which is the most recent revision to bring inspirations of 1835 into the 21st century, which of course is very necessary. 3 parts of the rule. Number 1, basic principles, who we are, what we do, and how we do it. 2, international operations, how we work together internationally. And part 3, our United States Council. Becoming familiar with the rule, read one section of the rule at each meeting, and in a year you will have read all of part 1. And I actually got to witness a group, was invited to a conference meeting actually on Monday, and they started their meeting with a reflection that probably lasted about 15 minutes. And what I appreciated about it, it wasn't in the obligatory sense. It was very thoughtful and meaningful, and you could tell that everyone got something out of it, because it was a lot of members participated and had much feedback. And I think it's safe to say that they really benefited from the continuation of the meeting, and that reflection, I believe, helped them a lot with decision-making and how they handled some of the cases that they went on to further discuss in the meeting. So it was pretty much all connected, and it was good to see that they started off with the spiritual reflection and going into the basics of the rule. I think that's very important. Here to help. U.S. manual, the rule and the manual are pretty much your guides. Here's a little bit of a breakdown as far as what's available in Governance in the Box, which is provided by our national office. Just gives a breakdown of rule manual, bylaws, governance materials, resolutions, group tax exemptions, standards of excellence, which is very important, conferences, coaching, mentoring, training, succession planning, additional resources, governance journals, relationships with church, and national group insurance. For the reflection here, from this section, what would you like to bring back to your conference? Thank you.
One
going to just go over the references. Move on to council life very Okay, are we ready, guys? Thank you so much. We're just gonna recognize the references really quickly before moving on to council life, which is might be somewhat redundant to council life, so that means we'll go through it even real quick. But I think it's important just to recognize the references. Sister and I both spoke about what's available as far as reference material. A lot here will be beneficial to leaders. How many conference presidents do we have in attendance? Okay, that's good. Awesome. We've got mission statement from the manual, Serving in Hope. The Serving in Hope modules are very, very essential in fellowship and in spiritual guidance and teaching. The rule is mentioned here several times. Conference officer training is a reference from the national website, as many other conference materials for leadership and all members. There's treasurer manuals, secretaries manuals, and such that are all available via the national website. So we always encourage folks to familiarize themselves with the materials there. It's much more than your reporting basics. There's a lot of training manuals as well as videos that you can watch and take part in as well. Okay, and here's basically the breakdown. Again, just focusing on the councils. What is a council, and kind of just touch on the difference between a conference and a council. As we said, it's a small parish-based group, that being a conference. Council is the group of actual conferences. In New Orleans, our council consists of 4 districts broken by the parish boundaries. We have collectively 30 active conferences within our council. Conferences are aggregated and councils are instituted.
For a conference to be aggregated, the council that wants to be formed needs to fill out an application form as such and meet certain requirements for the Society of St. Vincent DePaul, both nationally, and that application is approved at the international level. The councils are instituted when you have a cluster of conferences in a geographic area, normally a diocese or an archdiocese. And so the council is created to be the umbrella for all of the conferences, and they become the stepping stone between the conference and the national or international organizations, so that you as conferences don't need to interact with the national in terms of all of the business stuff that is part of being a part of the society. So the council really takes care of the business. We look at bylaws, we look at your tax exempt status and make sure that each conference has ID, tax ID, or has your own 401c3 designation. At one point, all of the conferences were falling under the national tax exempt program, but national moved us away from that and asked conferences to take that on. Conferences take care of their finances for their own area. You all have a checkbook or a bank account where you keep your monies, where you make your approvals with that money, where you do some fundraising maybe. However it is that you can gather the funds together purely for your conference. In the Archdiocese of New Orleans, and I think it's probably similar in most of the councils around the country, there is both a national tax and a council tax that conferences are asked to send to help support the work of either the council or the national office. And that varies from place to place. As conferences, you keep your own statistics, and I don't know if you all are on the electronic reporting system or not. In New Orleans, we have pretty much all moved to the electronic reporting system, which makes it so much easier than to bring all of the statistics from each conference into a council report, and then it can go on to national. So that's the difference. To be a conference, you have to be approved by the Society of St. Vincent DePaul. To be a council, it's established when there are enough conferences to make it a cluster.
And that number, just kind of piggybacking, is usually 12 conferences that are asked to be designated and established to form it under a council. What does a council do? Some example. Ozenam orientation, run special works. Speaking of, we have in New Orleans a thrift store, as you mentioned, and we have an adult learning center, which we have a group of educators and dedicated volunteers that assist adult individuals obtain what used to be known as GED, now called high set, and just regular reading and light, soft computer skills for those who are interested. So it's two very, very beneficial programs that we have in Special Works in New Orleans. And 3 years ago, we joined with AmeriCorps and established the Nourishing Louisiana program that Sister spoke of as well. So that what constitutes as our special works there. Coordinate with bishops, advise district councils, support isolated groups, the yearly gathering, create resources, provide legal and tax code advice, disaster relief, and twinning.
It is important for you to understand and to remember that while your conference is located in the geographic area of a particular parish, you are not a department of that parish. That's why we're separately incorporated, each conference, why we have our own tax ID and the like. For a long time, several of the conferences, in working with the pastors, the money was put into the parish account, and then the society would have to come ask for it. The other reality is that we're dependent on the parish so often because, you know, for lack of a better term, most of our parishes have poor boxes that we are the beneficiaries of. So that's where a lot of our funds come. But we are, as a society, separately incorporated, and we are not a department of a parish. We have had some issues over the past year or so because we're also dependent on the goodwill of the pastor in welcoming us to be that social ministry within the parish. We have one conference that now is on hiatus because their former pastor died, and he was very, very supportive of the conference. And they got a new young pastor who wanted to create his own social ministry within the parish. And so he, rather than transferring the funds from the poor box to the society, he has put it into the parish checkbook as the department of the parish. And I don't know how he does this, but, and why, but he will actually meet with people who come to him and ask him for help. So, you know, not to be judgmental of the role of the pastor, but that has become a real sadness because the conference was doing some amazing work, and the members were very engaged with the society as a whole in New Orleans. Many of their members are still very active, even though they can't do what they normally would do. One member is on the council board. 3 members are on our gala committee to create our annual gala fundraiser. So they're still engaged, but for right now, the council's not active. So just so you know that, you know, we exist at the goodwill of the pastor and the bishop, but we also are separately incorporated.
Our regions, twinning is basically when 2 groups work together to provide services. It is usually one conference or group will take care of the legwork, being interviews and intake, and another will provide the financial resources. It's just basically working together in that sense. In New Orleans, we have a number of groups in New Orleans proper that aren't able to handle the financial requests, and they often work with other conferences that are in better financial shape to provide payments and such when it's needed. So that's basically the concept of twinning. And I know for sure that there's a very detailed section in the rule that goes over that. So that's always something that's good to make sure that members understand. And I will say this too, you may see the verbiage written sometimes called copay. It's pretty much one in the same thing. It kind of works the same. So you will often see either twinning or copay as a term as far as 2 or more conferences coming together to provide complete assistance. And it's usually, like I said, one group will provide the intake process and do the assessment, and call in another group or groups to provide the actual financial assistance. As far as the regional breakdown, the map shows how we are split as far as regions: Western, North Central, Mid-East, Northeast, Eastern, and Southeast. And we've got Midwest and South Central. We were part of the Southeast region for quite some time. We as in New Orleans Council, I'm sorry, are now part of the South Central along with Texas. So, but you all are you are still remain in the Southeast region. Yes. We didn't want to. Full disclosure, yeah, we actually just got a memo from the group in National, and I think it was October 1st of 23 where the realignment took place. And I don't think there were much other changes. I think pretty much everybody stayed where they were, but for whatever reason we were moved with Texas.
I And actually, we became a 9th region because the region, and I don't know how, it might just be south, but Louisiana and Texas are a region of themselves. And then the other states that you see on top of Texas have stayed in the south central region. So I don't know whether they think we just had too many members in those 2 areas, so they made us our own separate region. So we're just learning about what that means. Say what?
We're now the South Central region.
It's New Orleans and Louisiana and Texas are now currently, we're part of the South Central. And are you all familiar with the members portal? Or some of your leaders? If you go to the members portal, which is, it's SVdPmembers.com, you can get a breakdown of pretty much everything. It's current, and that's the new change. It's South Central just will consist of the 2 states now, so it's updated on the members portal. And the members portal is also good for if you just want a general directory of everybody everywhere, and that's the councils within the country, as well as national contacts as well. Everybody will be listed on the members portal. That is where, when you file your reporting, for annual reports, the members portal is where that data is inputted and then submitted to the national office. But I will say, so I think someone asked a question about the number of, I know for a fact that Texas probably has close to the largest number of conferences. So maybe that's why we got this. Extension, forming new councils, it just gives the breakdown, and we kind of touch base a little bit of this. 3 or more conferences equal a district council. 3 or more district councils will form your archdiocesan council. The suggested maximum of conferences in a council, as we said, is usually 12. Each diocese has 1 representative at the St. Vincent DePaul National Council. Council president or president of the oldest district council in that diocese. Council presidents are accountable. Connect with the member council conferences with St. Vincent de Paul Resources. Manage and maintain council assets. Ensure the member councils or conferences file their IRS tax returns, have valid bylaws, and file, as we just mentioned, St. Vincent de Paul annual report. Our 3 principles: democracy. All decisions are made by consensus after necessary prayer, reflection, and consultation. Subsidiarity. Decisions are made as close as possible to the area of activity. And servant leadership. Following Christ's example, the presidents at all levels of the society endeavor to be servant leaders, and that's a reference from the rule. Just a breakdown of the 7 cultural beliefs that is part of the rule: spiritual growth, advocate for justice, inclusive planning, embrace accountability in today's society, servant leadership in one society. It's always important to know what the national office does and what they're there for. Supports the regions, councils, and conferences by providing national donation vehicle program for fundraising, name recognition, Friends of the Poor Walk and Runs, which is a really popular fundraiser. We actually had ours for our South Shore Council in early March. And of course, grants. The Friends of the Poor grants are available to all conferences as well, and it's very beneficial. I we highly recommend that if that is something that you all have looked into for additional funding. Last year, we had 4 of our conferences were blessed to be awarded funding through that grant. So it's always good to know about that and take part in money to help those who are in need. Advice on taxes, fundraising, governance, and just breakdown of spiritual material that we talked about a little bit as well, serving in hope, Vincentian reflections, Vincentian celebrations, of course, Ozenam orientation, and spiritual training advice. National and international twinning, we talked about. Regularly assisting another conference with funds and or resources. It's just a breakdown of how it works from national council level. Council General International, we have over 150 countries worldwide united in a network of charity, and as Sister mentioned, the headquarters is in Paris, France. And again, this is just a breakdown of some of the resources that are available by way of the national website, weekly reflections and other spiritual resources. So for meetings or any types of events that you may have, prayers and such are available for you to use. Bulletin announcements, Friends of the Poor Walk, vehicle donation program, and other fundraising tools. Vincentian Pathway, Governance in a Box, Twinning, and local district or diocesan council, conference support office, and assistance and advice when you have issues. And even if there isn't a district involved, there's many resources and many points at the national office that you can reach out to. I personally have a mentor that I've had for about 10 years now in the national office. Her name is Pam Hudson. She's the Director of Governance and Membership. Folks in the national office are there and available to help on every level. So please go to that site and connect with them and use them for their wisdom and experience, because if there's something that you're not sure of, they can certainly help you out with any. In additional training, conference president training, again, there's resources and videos on that topic. Servant leadership and conference officers, district councils, president's guide to working with the pastor, finance and legal matters. And to find out more, don't have a district council president, there's always a regional representative. If there's not that, like I said, there's someone on the national level that can help. And even though we're not part of the region anymore, we're neighbors. So Sister and I, our executive director, are available for anyone that is in need of assistance in any way.
And just as another resource, and Susan knows this, we've been talking about it. Tim Williams is our National VP for Spirituality in St. Louis. And Tim and the National Formation Committee have created a wealth of programs. This is one of them. And so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you want to have training for your spiritual advisors, you go to his materials and click down, and there's a whole PowerPoint on how to do that. There are multiple PowerPoints. We've been talking with Susan about, so many of your members live a distance from here and would like to have Ozanam training, and how would we do that? Well, the national office has an Ozanam training webinar in which the national office staff do the presentations Kelly and I are doing. And they make it clear that it's not just an independent study at home. So if a conference or a group of conferences that are 2 or 3 hours from here wanted to come together like we are today, they would just use the webinar, but you also have to provide with the webinar, a couple of presenters from your group who would go and be the collaborators and the people who bring everything together and are your guides and your MC and that kind of stuff. So again, the national office has a wealth of information in terms of classes, leadership training. The book manual is called Celebrations. They have, it's a 3-ring binder. They have everything from services to inaugurate officers, to celebrations for feast days, to actual wake and funeral services when a member would die. And they're all in this book, and they did come with a CD, but nowadays CDs are kind of hard to, so they have thumb drives. But, so you can actually just plug it into your computer and customize it to your location. So again, just take advantage of all that National has to offer, because we don't have to sit and get a blank piece of paper and try to do these things. Or they just, somebody with their wisdom and talent was able to do that, so we might as well share that.
We're breaking for lunch, are we not?
We're going to break for lunch around noon, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. We have some time now. If you would like, if you have any questions you might have for us, or if you want to talk about this, since you don't have districts, we would engage how this section is beneficial to you as conferences in relationship to your council, or anything else about what we talked about this morning before we move into poverty discussion.
Or if there's anybody who's familiar with some of the reference material, or if they can share how it's been beneficial, or just overall discussion regarding.
Germinate the things you like to say in public.
Oh, so they can't.
thanks to God for calling us to serve the poor in the spirit of Jesus. As followers of St. Vincent DePaul, especially the grace to know that in those who are poor, we see the face of Christ.
We're going to first talk about understanding poverty, and then we're going to move into the concept of home visits. We are aware that for several of your conferences, you don't make home visits, but rather the friends in need come to you. We saw the center next door, and that's very important, but we saw it from the outside. So we will talk about both. And I hope that this makes clear to all of us the whole concept of poverty. Now, Jesus Christ told us, the poor you will always have with you. That was like 2,000 years ago plus. Vincent DePaul, 400 years ago, told us, the poor you will always have with you. And that concept has continued all these many years. And the sad reality is the poor we will always have with us. As much as we try to alleviate poverty, as much as we see different programs and resources made available, it's just not enough. And so, as we look at poverty this afternoon, I told you earlier that I'm 50 years in my community. And as Daughters of Charity, we take a fourth vow of service to the poor. So it's a very important part of our life. But for the last 50 years, with my sisters, we have debated who are the poor. And we've never come up with a significant answer. Because you can't label the poor as one thing, one set of people, one experience. Rather, as we're told, we're each born in the image and likeness of God, so we have our own unique characteristics. Some of them blend, but we are each our own person. And each person has different needs, and we realize that. Over the years, I have come to understand that for some, poverty is material, and we're going to spend most of our time on that. But for some, poverty is a neonate born at 26 or 28 weeks gestational age, who fights for their life for the first 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 months before there's any reasonable expectation of a good outcome. So the poverty is that little baby struggling for life. It is the parents who struggle while they watch this baby and also incur lots of expenses at the same time. I have twin nephews who are going to turn 7 in June, and they were born at 28 weeks. One was 2'4", Benny, and the other, Sean, he was a big guy. He was 2'13". Sean never had any health problems. He just progressed, and it was great. And he got to go home. They were born in June. I think they took him home at the end of the summer. But poor old Ben, he was failure to thrive. He didn't do well with the bottle. He pretty much had a feeding tube, and he didn't come home till almost Christmas time. And because they had to be 4 pounds to come home. And poor Ben, for the first 2 or 3 years of his life, had a feeding tube. And my niece would plug him in at night, and he'd get all this nutrition. And to this day, he's a terrible eater. His understanding of primary food pyramid is goldfish or anything else that's salty. So anyhow, so that's the poverty that is part of our society. The poverty of those who are older, senior individuals who have outlasted all of their loved ones, whose family is gone, and sometimes they have good friends, but their poverty is their loneliness. So, and people who have serious illnesses, people who are struggling to regain health, who have some significant diagnoses that make it difficult to live each day, and sometimes even make it so that the person doesn't necessarily want to live anymore. So those are other types of poverty that we look at besides our checkbook and our credit card. Those two obviously are very important, but and that's the poverty that we're going to talk about today. So when we do make a home visit, or when you see someone in your Vincent center, or now when we talk about the unhoused, a home visit doesn't always mean you go into somebody's concrete or wooden building, that with a roof over their head. It can mean going to a train track underpass to find tents, people living in their cars, sometimes people living in motel rooms, wherever. And so our visits to them are wherever they present themselves. The important thing to understand is that we as Vincentians always seek to understand the needs of the family, the resources that they have, and how we can make a difference to alleviate some of their problems. So how do we learn about poverty? Well, Frederick Ozenam will say to us, the knowledge of social well-being and reform is to be learned not only from books nor from the public platform, but by climbing the stairs to the poor man's garret, sitting by his bedside, feeling the same cold that pierces when these conditions have been examined in all different parts of the country, it is then and only then that we know the elements of formidable problems. I was born into an Irish Catholic middle-class family in Chicago. I'm one of 7 children. Our parents were able to provide us with everything that we needed, but not necessarily everything that we ever wanted, because there just wasn't enough. And my parents were committed to Tokyo school. So the excess went to tuition. And that's a real gift. And so trying to understand what others are going through, I had to get involved in some different organizations and ministries. So I had that experience of going out and seeing the poor in their homes or wherever they were, and to realize what they don't have. So that's what Frederick says to us. We can't just learn about poverty as I'm showing you today. We have to experience it to a certain extent. We're never, ever, ever going to experience poverty the way the poor do. But if we can open ourselves to go be in their presence wherever they might be, to experience what it means to live in a tent under a highway viaduct or a railroad viaduct. That kind of helps us. In poverty in the United States, we have 3 different categories. Situational poverty is one that we probably all in this room learned awfully well during COVID. Situational poverty for all of us was that for many of us, we had jobs to go to where we received checks to help us support our family and our lifestyle. COVID, many of society were quarantined to their homes. And if you were lucky enough to have a job where you could actually work from home, that was great. If you had children who needed to go to school, that was great. But in that household, you might need a few laptops instead of just one, or a few, stand-up computer screens and the like. And then internet that worked. In my community, the summer that we were having the pandemic, we were also having this big meeting on the governance of the Daughter of Charity community, called our Provincial Assembly, which we do once every 6 years. It was supposed to be in St. Louis, and we were all going to St. Louis to be together. Well, that didn't work. So they did it via Zoom, virtual. But that meant that every sister who was an elected delegate had to be on her own computer. And those who were just observing, they could put 2 or 3 together on a computer. We had a carrier for our internet that gave us 10 megabytes. The people running the meeting for our province, IT people, said, you need at least 200 to operate the computers. And so we had to change carriers and go to a business account because that's where we could get the largest capacity. And so we held that meeting for 5 days from 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon with a lunch break. And so we understood, although we could afford, yes, our community could afford to pay the difference. But we understood the poverty of not being with our sisters in person. Now, you probably all experienced that in a variety of ways in terms of not seeing your children or your grandchildren, or if you had a loved one in the hospital with really severe COVID, you're not being able to go in and sit with them. Those are all types of situational poverty. The fact that for many of us, we got the $1,400 check a couple of times during the worst of it that helped with funding for our household. And some people ended up having to be on workers' disability, job loss. The word escaped me. Yes. And so we were getting a check from the state that would be somewhat equal, but not exactly equal to what we were getting paid. And that went on for a long time. And so what we saw then was parking structures like Walmart or some venue that does entertainment opening up with volunteers, and you drive in your cars, we drive in our cars, through a long line, popping the trunk and have them put food and other items in, because they weren't on the store shelves, and they weren't available to us. So that's what situational poverty is about. Someone who loses their job, and it takes 4 to 6 months to get a new job. Someone who has, for whatever reason, the inability to bring in an income or some financing. And so that is temporary circumstance. You may have, if you stayed open during COVID, which we didn't very much in New Orleans, you might have people that you know from the parish who have really good jobs, drive really good cars, have a really nice house, and they were coming to you because they didn't have money to buy medications for their family. Sometimes they didn't have the money to buy food, or if someone was sick. And it was humiliating to people to have to ask for help when they were the very people that often wrote the check or put the money in the poor box to help others that weren't experiencing what we all experience. Lifelong challenges is a poverty due to long-term illness or disability. Throughout all of our country, people are being diagnosed daily with cancer, with the need to have very expensive chemotherapy, with any other kind of illness, heart disease, heart attack. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And so their poverty comes from long-term illness and disability. Those who have to travel outside your city to go to a specialty hospital, only then to have your loved one admitted to a rehab program at that center, to learn to walk again, to learn how to get their stamina up. And the reality is, if you chose to go be with them, oftentimes there were food expenses, there were car expenses, there were hotel expenses. And so poverty came from the out-of-pocket monies that we had to put up to support the persons that we wanted to support. And then there's generational poverty. And that's the poverty of 2 or more generations who pass the poverty down from one generation. My grandma was on 8 dependent children. She was on food stamps. She was on all these government programs. And that's how that was like their income. And so that's what they expected to live on. And they did very little else to bring in more money. And they often had a household that was the parent, siblings, children, then, grandma dies, and the mom becomes the matriarch with her kids, and then her grandchildren. And the same vicious cycle continues in terms of where people get resources. And then comes the next generation, who, if they are comfortable with that lifestyle, they don't go out to the world. They don't go on to get their education. It's kind of like, well, this is how it's always been. And so, we manage. So, if I were to ask what is most common in your community, what would you say? Just shout it out. Generation. Sometimes lifelong situations too in the hurt. But generational poverty is the one we see often. Person born into a poor family in the poor community, more likely to grow up to be poor. My story of Vincent not wanting to be a pig farmer, so he leaves his home in Quay, France, and goes and gets ordained a priest, so he would have money. That's a perfect example of what potentially could have been generational poverty. Poverty is not just about money, as I said before, and here's a list of all the different things that are out there that cause us to be poor. Poverty is not simple. In behaviors of the individual in a long-term poverty, planning skills, mental illness, work habits, etc. Those are all part of that lifelong poverty that we experience. And what becomes so important is what we call the tyranny of the moment. There's no food for the weekend. The rent is past due. The baby is coughing. Utilities shut off notice. Aunt Sue can't pick up Jimmy today. The car broke down again. Those are all things we hear from those who come to us for assistance. I served for many years in the Indianapolis area, and we got the people who were got together.
We can't hear you. Close your glasses.
Kelly, come on.
Red batteries.
Okay, here we go. Hello? Here we go. We're back. Okay. She just shook it a little bit. We're good. We got it back together. So, as I was saying, I lived in Kokomo, and all of us who ran organizations and businesses, we got together with the school corporation, and we would do what was known as buddy bags. And the buddy bag would be given to the students on Friday before they left school. And it would include enough food for the weekend for the students. And oftentimes we had, several of the same family in school. So they'd get several buddy bags, so that they all had enough food. And that has gone on for years, just in order to make sure that no child in our community was without food. So that's a blessing. Agency time means that in order to get some help, food, utilities, rent, the person may have to go to 3 to 7 agencies in a day. Get a little money from here and a little money from there, and by the end of the day, you hope you have enough to take care of things. Just-in-time scheduling. Okay, so that means you carry 2 to 3 jobs. You don't have standing work hours, you know, like many of us do or did. You know, we work 8 to 5, 8 to 4:30, 9 to 5. We know when to go to work, so we know if we want to get another part-time job, we could probably get one like from 7 to 11, because we would leave one job and go to the next. Well, now that kind of scheduling doesn't always work, and it's often not present. And so you'll get a call from, and these are for mom and pop shops or the retail food, fast food places. You know, you get a call the night before that says, I need you to come in at 7 in the morning, and I need you to work until 3. And the person already has another job set up at noon to go and work till 5. And so it's really out of their control, but they're at the mercy of whoever's making up the schedules. And so they don't have the ability all the time to have the 2 or 3 jobs, part-time jobs, because no full-time job is available. Large and growing percentage of U.S. jobs are minimum to low wage. Now this slide is dated because gratefully we've seen the cost of living and the wages go up to around $12 to $15 an hour, some places more. So that has helped, but it doesn't take people out of poverty. They still are at the lowest level of the poverty grid. So here we go. Experience drives belief. Generational poverty believe our future will be pretty much like it was today. Middle class and working class believe we can change future with good choices now. We can work at a place for a while, and if something better comes open, we're open to moving to something better. Planning for your finances. I can remember as a child, and this may resonate with some of you, my mother had an envelope system. So she would get my father's paycheck, cash. She would put so much in an envelope for our mortgage, so much utilities, so much medical need, so much food, so much tuition. And that's how she managed the family finances. But she also once in a while would say, well, I had to rob Peter to pay Paul. Because something came due before something else, and she had the money for that. So that's the difference in these 2 types of poverty. Again, from generational poverty, we believe in survival and relationships. I just got to stay alive, whether it's out on the street, in my car, or in a poor neighborhood where we have very little resources. And for working to middle class people, it focuses on work and on achievement, doing better each year, being able to prepare ourselves to maybe get a promotion. Time for the generational poverty people, it's all about the present. Decisions based on what's needed or what will benefit me now. And money is to be used and spent. Whereas in the working class, middle class, we're often future directed. Decisions are made on future ramifications. Okay, so that's why middle and working class people often start a savings account for retirement. Plan for the future as well as the expenses of today. we need to save some stuff so that we have a rainy day fund. And again, we talk about the tyranny of the moment, not knowing how to plan, not knowing the hidden rules for middle class, distrust of institutions, and group pressure to stay in the community. With generational poverty, the young people, they may indeed want to get out and get their high school diploma and their advanced university diploma, and yet the people in their neighborhood, their own peers, young people, are like, well, what are you, uppity? You think you're better than we are? So that peer pressure. Distrust of institutions is why we see that so many who are in generational poverty don't have bank accounts. They don't have credit cards. They don't trust that the money they put into the bank, if they have it, will be available for them when they need it. So it's that distrust. And so, continuing contributions to long-term poverty, living wage, jobs, affordable housing, transportation, economic and political, trade and tax policies, education funds, globalization, and for exploitation of people in poverty. It's also racism, payday lending, sex trade, and the like. Payday lending, they tried to get a hold on that back in the 2007, 2008, when we saw so much of the mortgages crash, the banks crash. Because what happens is, as you well know, I'm sure, I need some money today. I go to the payday lender and I say, I'm getting my paycheck on Friday. It'll be about $500. Can you give me the $500 today and I'll pay you back on Friday? So they gratefully do it. No questions, it's easy to do. But then what happens on Friday is I go back, give them back my $500, and they want $700. The interest just skyrockets and people can't pay. So then they go on a payment plan and the interest keeps growing and growing. We see this with people with Visa and MasterCards. They only pay a little portion of what they owe rather than paying them out at the end of the month. So stay away from politics. As my wise Irish grandma used to say, no discussions on politics or religion in the house, because that just causes a bad meeting. Okay, so then we talk about the institution of systemic change. The society nationally and some of their councils are getting into that bit. And that is that we do what we can today when someone comes and asks for help. But then we also sit with them and say, now, have you looked at some jobs? Have you looked at going back to what Kelly was talking about earlier, the Advanced Learning Center to get your GED or your high school diploma or whatever? And then are there ways that you can plan for the future? So that, like what we were trying to do with Benjamin, not just band-aiding his need to come to our house and get food and supplies, but sending him to organizations that will take him out of the situation and oftentimes put him in his own apartment, depending on, because he has a Social Security check. So it's those kinds of things, taking care of the immediate need, but then helping people to focus on how do I take care of my needs in the future and what resources are out there to help me do that. But, yeah. Diocese, teach Amanda Dish. Out of Poverty is a program that the national office has brought into. And it's training, and they have Bridges Out of Poverty great program. And it helps us to understand the whole system that people have to go through. And what they do is they would set up in a room like this, and they'd have stations. And one would be your utility, one would be your landlord, one would be the hospital, and the grocery store. And then they give you X amount of money and tell you the scenarios. So people could see that by the time they got their food, they'd run out of money. So that, again, helps. And then getting ahead, and just getting ahead is another verse that comes out that National has sent to us. And some conferences. I know I came from the Archdiocese of Baltimore, and we were doing great poverty with our society. And that was great. Advocacy, and that is talking to a landlord or utility company when somebody owes them owes bills, or working with elected representatives. Now, who speaks to the society? We're encouraged as individuals to speak on our own behalf. We may not speak on behalf of the society, or in my case, the society and our church. We have been warned within our province, with the sisters in our province, that as we come to this election cycle, do not necessarily talk about the candidate of our choice, or to send some of our own resources to that political campaign. You know, I might want to do that as Kathy Kelly, but it gets put into a registry where anyone can look at it and say, well, this Kathy Kelly is a daughter of charity. And the daughters of charity are tax exempt. And so you have to stay apolitical, or you risk losing your tax exempt status. So conference presidents speak to the conference. So in your geographic area, if there's someone running for office, local, state, you could go to a meeting and ask questions based on the needs of your geographic area, as well as the things that the society is doing to help individuals that maybe the state ought to be doing more of. The council president speaks to all the councils, everyone in the services. And the national president, John Berry, would speak to the societies. And here are some of the resources that are available, again, through the SVdP website, National USA National. You can find some of these that would be helpful to you. Again, I say poverty is not simple. It is not easy. There are more than one pattern of poverty. And the tyranny of the moment is both common and destructive. But as society members, we're people of hope. And so we have to share that with those who think life will never get better. And for some it never does. But for a lot of them, we're able to make a difference in their lives. So here are some of the things you can do as conference program. And I'll let you read those. Serving in Hope is a learning program that has 7 modules. Comes out of National. The 4th module has to do with topic. There's a booklet for each topic, and it's like a study book. And there's a CD that goes with it. some of these other, not being that who, kind of people. And this is an interaction study that you can do in 90 minutes, set up by Donna people. So it would be a workshop for your various conferences to really work with her, understand poverty and systemic change better than kind of this short period of time. So again, offering bridges, collaborating for the needs of the poor. Try one new thing. We were talking about that earlier. Vincent DePaul told us to practice inventiveness to infinity, boundless creativity in deciding other things we can do besides what we're doing right now. Do a little something. Invite the Holy Spirit in and see what one little thing God is calling us to do. And look at what opens up around that one thing. Look, pray, be open. Then take on one little thing. Sounds like you all have been doing that with your ministry to the homeless, or the soup kitchen, or other things that are not necessarily traditional. Prison ministry has often come up as something that we might be able to do. But don't just stay with the things that you're comfortable with. The services that you have down pat because you've done them. So you need to sometimes look at what the church would call the signs of the times and see if there's an issue that has creeped up now that wasn't there before. Okay, so now we're going to take a few minutes, break back into your small groups, and discuss with one another how this section has changed your viewpoint. Keep it in.
She really
Basically do a food bank, give food what can you ask them? You know, you talk about the three things. Are they situational? Is it a long-term problem, or is it a generational? And the question was, what can we ask them, or when we interview them, what is allowed to be asked about their situation? What questions can we ask them? Where they can't get too personal.
Do you have saveware? Okay. You have a list of questions you ask, an intake list.
Our problem is that we've had a shift in volunteers, but we did have all of that at one time. So when we had the shift of volunteers, and that's when the
Is there a limit of what you can ask?
Susan, could you get them a copy of the, intake form? Questions you ask people when they come for help. And this is St. Joseph. St. Joseph, they just got one. St. Joseph Golf Course. And they're not using servers, so.
Do you want form from national? Is that what you're talking about?
They didn't know how far they could go in asking questions.
We have a very thorough question. We took pictures.
So they just got an inventory, a list, so that will take care of that.
I guess like a question was, what brought you here? What issues you have?
Yes, just make sure that whatever you ask them is open-ended. And by that, what I mean is, don't just say, well, how are you today? Someone's going to say to you, fine. Well, what's going on? Nothing. You know, so don't let them just, you need to be more, you know, you came to see us today, can you tell us about why?
What's the reason for your need?
And it's on there, what's the reason for your visit? And we'll ask about family situation. They can tell you whatever they want to tell you. And we're respectful of that, but if you're gonna meet their needs, you need to have some facts behind the service. So, like I said, I think you're all set now with that. Otherwise, we would have gotten you a copy, because with serveware, there's a whole form, but most conferences have had an intake form. So that will be helpful.
Sometimes you can start off by just apologizing up front, saying, I ask you some personal questions for us to ascertain what your need is and how we can assist. You can ask personal questions.
But also tell them, apologize that I have to ask these questions. Just put them at ease. Whoever comes, because as I said earlier, we need to make them as comfortable as we can, because they're already humiliated enough.
Sister, I found my one.
Wait.
I found that when people walk in, the first thing they say when they come over and they sit down at my desk is, how can I help you today? And the other thing I always tell them is, what you are saying here stays here. Doesn't go out. This is private information, and we talk one-on-one on a lower voice. And that puts them at ease.
You know, one of the joys when we do thrift stores, the various places that have thrift stores, people will donate food and clothing and utility, household items and the like. But then they'll say, well, I just gave you these sweaters or these shirts, these shoes. How come you study them? And we almost always put a price on something. Now that, so I get it. But the price is like 25 cents for a shirt or shoes, what? Bare minimum. But it's again, act of respect for the person, because if I go in anywhere and I buy the clothes I have on my back,
That's a different one. Oh, that's some
it
idea.
allows me to have some sense of pride that I was able to buy the clothes I have. They weren't just hand-me-downs. They weren't just given to me. It's like I still maintain some control over taking care of myself. And that's one of those acts of respect. What we're going to do now is I'm going to show you a video, and it's Tim Williams from our national office. And he is going to talk to us about home visits. And then I will have you turn to a page towards the back, and I'll go through a few of the slides. We'll pull the slide presentation back up on the screen. Okay?
New and prospective members sometimes question why, in this day and age, we still rely on home visits when surely technology provides more efficient means to find and feed the poor. The fact is, the home visit has never been the most convenient or most efficient way to distribute firewood or food or money to the people who needed them, not even in 1833. So why did we ever do home visits? The Society of St. Vincent DePaul was famously founded as a result of a challenge to Blessed Frederick Ozenam and his Catholic friends in their Conference of History. But nobody challenged our founders to provide more firewood or to feed more people. They were challenged to show the good of the church in the world. In fact, it was a central tenet of the beliefs of the San Simonians who raised the challenge that their modern scientific methods were better suited to solve the problems of modern poverty than anything the church might do. That was the main point of their challenge. Now, Frederick's radical notion in his answer to that challenge was that the real good the church can do, and the good that we as Catholics are called to do, is to grow in holiness by following Christ's example as evangelizer and servant of the poor. The Society's primary purpose remains, as it was in the beginning, our own growth in holiness. Our secondary purpose, to bring the hope and promise of Christ to the neighbors that we serve. Our means towards both of those ends is to serve Christ face to face in the person of his poor. When the rule was first introduced to the Society in 1835, its foremost goal was to remind members of the unique spiritual nature of our vocation. Even in the earliest years, members had begun to perform their duties by habit to treat conference meetings as if they were primarily business meetings, and even sometimes to point out the accomplishments of other organizations that seemed as if they were able to raise more money or provide assistance to more people. And so this rule cautioned members not to be envious of other organizations. Instead, it said we should see without jealousy other societies doing God's work in their own manner and independently of us. But our work is devoted first to bringing the hope of Christ to those in need. And as that first rule explained, without this, the Society of St. Vincent de Paul would become a merely philanthropic and humane work, which, even humanely speaking, is very barren and insufficient. Indeed, this is exactly what Frederick wanted to avoid, explaining to his friend Léonce Cormier that while many philanthropic organizations assembled great resumes of the assistance they've given, the works that they've done, charity, he said, should never look behind it, but always before. Unlike other groups that seem to measure their success by bread alone. The great Catholic writer G.K. Chesterton once said, "The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It's been found difficult and left untried." Home visits can be difficult. Frederick himself once wrote that visiting families is not as easy as it seems. It can be personally inconvenient. But we're called to bear those inconveniences cheerfully, to offer our time, our possessions, our talents, and ourselves in a spirit of generosity. It's never been about the firewood. We're called to establish relationships based on trust and friendship with people who oftentimes feel completely invisible, lost in the crowd. Like the man whose confession so touched St. Vincent's heart in 1617, they feel that even God has abandoned them. It's our loving presence that assures them He has not. Every neighbor we visit is, for us, the center of our attention. When we visit them, there's nothing else on our minds or in our hearts than their troubles. We see in them the face and the suffering of Christ. We seek to know them as friends and to understand them as brothers and sisters. We don't merely stand with the poor. We sit with them. We listen to them. We bring their needs before God in prayer, and we welcome them into our community. It's through this that we and they receive the transformative and joyful grace of the God who promised to be among us whenever we gather in His name. And of course, we do what we can to help with material needs. Just as the letter of James teaches when it says, if we do not give them the necessities of the body, what good is it? I will demonstrate my faith to you, James said, from my works. In 1848, responding to critics who said that society did not do enough, that ours was a charity of a glass of water, Frederick said, when we contrast what we might have accomplished in cooperation with those many other groups, with the tears we have dried, the children we have safeguarded, and the anger which we have softened, we do not regret the choice which God inspired us to make. That same year, a year filled with overwhelming needs, with riots, revolutions, even epidemics that limited home visits, Frederick reminded us that if we had but the widow's mite to offer, the poor will at least have had the consolation of having clasped the hand of a friend. In our very human, very personal, and very Christian way, we seek to grow closer to perfect union with Jesus Christ. The internet, big data, social media, the technologies I'm using right now to talk to you, all are wonderful gifts that help us in our lives and in our Vincentian vocation. But there's no data-driven way to measure our growth in holiness. There's no modern supply chain that can improve the distribution of God's transformative grace. But that grace can be sought and received and shared through our humble, loving, and timeless home visit.
If you turn to your booklet, page 44, slide number 131. And while this is focused on home visits primarily, I'm going to try to link it to your way of serving. Basics for interaction, a visit with someone who comes for assistance. I don't know if when you work in your office next door, if you make it a practice of having more than one person in there at a time. That's very important for security and safety issues, as well as it's just a good practice. Assure them of confidentiality and make sure you have a safe environment. Okay. Now, what does that mean? And I'm going to pull from my old hospital experience. Always make sure that there's a door between you and your client, your friend. Okay, so however your office is set up, try to make sure that if this is the door back here, the people who are coming to ask for assistance are here and you're here. Because sometimes we know that people will go off, especially if they don't like what we're saying to them. And so you just have to have an ability to get up and get out before someone just gets too angry. And then you need to de-escalate that, but not in a confined place. That's just simple safety measures, because that's one of the things that is very important for us as society members. You know, we can be brave souls, but we just need to be able to make sure that we don't do anything that would put us or the other at risk. So if you turn then to page 45, we talked earlier this morning about preparation, and it is before you interact with someone, make sure you've taken time to look at any records you might have. Make sure you, and obviously from what I've heard about the building next door, you have lots of resources that you can make available to them, bringing them food or the like. So that's wonderful. And say a little prayer periodically throughout the day with whoever else you're working. That becomes so helpful because it keeps what you're doing in the hands of God. For your visits, wherever they might be relaxed and friendly. They actually are your guests in your building, but make them feel welcome and at home. That the family, if others come with them, let them know that you care. Explain what assistance you can provide, discuss other available resources, be observant. Don't just listen to what the person is saying, but watch their facial expressions, or, you know, are they fidgety or whatever. Those just give you clues as to how the interaction is going to go. Question, are we evangelizers? Not formally. We're not here when the people come to us across the door with our faith. Here it's our St. Francis said, pray often, if necessary, use words. So people through your witness will know that you're serious about being a servant to them. We help everyone, no matter what their religious background is or their ethnic background. And so we have to be open to our neighbor, whoever the neighbor is. And we have to keep our judgments out of our service. You know, we all have our own philosophical and religious beliefs, and they can kind of weigh us down from time to time if we want to inform other people. I will give you an example of that. We had a district meeting for one of our districts over in New Orleans, and we were talking about serveware, the electronic recording system. And there was a list of questions that had been put on serveware, and we purchased serveware from an outside company that does this. And so one of the ladies got up and she was just indignant. And she said, I don't understand why this question of gender is on here. It's just male or female. And it's like, not exactly. That's what most of us would believe. That's what we were brought up to believe. We're born male and female. Gentile or Jew, that's scripture. But nowadays, it's not quite the same. And so she was like, I'm not going to answer that question. I think it's terrible. I think we should take it off of our list of questions on serveware. And what I would have liked to have said to her, but I just kept quiet. Sometimes it's the best practice. Those questions come out of the U.S. government. They are part of the census questions that the government takes to do statistics routinely. You know, they do a whole big thing on the census once every 10 years or so. But they look for census, how many people are out on the street, you know, different issues that human race and human nature is experiencing. So, you know, I respected how her faith and her belief were such that she found that offensive. For others who now have gotten more engaged in what's known as DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and there's trainings in lots of businesses, and you may or may not agree with it, but that's that whole thing of, would Jesus turn anyone away? You know, again, the first questions Jesus asked were not demographic. They were like, how can I help you? What's your need? How can I be of service? So those become important, and so we have to kind of remember not to impose our own religious or philosophical beliefs on the other. Those should stay where they belong. I grew up in the city of Chicago, I told you that, where politics is sport. And I grew up in the time of Richard J. Daley, who was the famous mayor there, and the Cook County Democratic Organization. And my parents were both precinct captains. And so it was just something we knew from the time we grew up about how, you know, enjoying politics. But as a daughter of charity, I can no longer do that. I can't go out and express my political beliefs because I'm seen as a daughter of charity. And I witness to my religious community. And so I have had to become apolitical. And I think with us as Vincentians, there is a bit of value to that. Let's stay out of politics and religion and just do the service of Christ in the Lord. When you visit the people, when they come to you, we were talking about this back table, that start with open-ended questions. And I'm sure that, you know, don't just say, so how are you? Just, sure you're going to get fine. What's going on? Nothing. It's kind of like talking to my 16-year-old nephew. He used to talk, share everything. And now, I said, how come you don't talk so much to me anymore? He said, it's like this, Aunt Kathy. If you ask questions, I'll answer. Okay, I hope you grow out of this. Because we used to just have a laugh. And when I go home, So, rather than guessing, saying, now you talked about this and this and this, can you tell me out of what you said to me, what are the needs that you have to help? Listen more than talking. I did what's known as clinical pastoral education years ago for hospital chaplains. And we had a teacher who helped us learn all this stuff. And she used to say to us, the reason God created us with 2 ears and 1 mouth was so we could listen twice as much. Listening is a real skill. Especially listening without already editing in your head the next line you're going to say to them. Give people suggestions, not orders. Like, well, you need to go down and visit Salvation Army before you come back here. Rather, it's like, we're going to identify what we can do to help. Have you thought about going to Salvation Army or to Goodwill or, to get some more needs met? Always be compassionate and empathetic. And to conclude this part, some quotes from our Holy Founders. As for your conduct towards the poor, may you never take the attitude of merely getting the task done. You must show them affection, serving them from the heart, inquiring of them what they might need, speaking to them gently and compassionately. And one last quote comes from Vincent DePaul when he sent out a young daughter of Charity for her first visit to the poor. And what he said to her was, you will find that charity is a heavy burden to carry, heavier than the bowl of soup and the full basket. But you will keep your gentleness and your smile. It is not enough to give bread and soup. This the rich can do. You are the servant of the poor. They are your masters. And the more difficult they will be, the more unjust and insulting, the more you have to love them. Because love, the more love you must give them. It is for your love and your love alone. The poor will forgive you for giving them bread. What does that mean? As I've said a couple of times, people come to us and with a sense of humiliation often, and so in our ability to make those who come to us for care more comfortable, like they're doing us a favor, letting us help them, rather than look at what we're doing, aren't we wonderful? So that bringing people into a comfort level so they can accept the gifts that are given to them by God through us. So that actually is the whole of the story. And we got done a little earlier. So 2 things. You have before you an evaluation form. You will fill that out and put it back on the registration table that you signed into. And those evaluations will be synthesized into one report. That will be very helpful in future planning. The other thing is you all have a certificate of participation. And so before you leave, please look on the tables. One is Our Lady of Fatima. The other are the other conferences. And just take your certificate off there. It shows that you came and have been trained, now. And then on the very last page before the cover, here is the concluding prayer which Kelly's going to lead us through. And I just want to say how pleased I am to have been invited here. What a great gift it has been to me to come and to serve you today and to share the Ozanam Training. It has just been my privilege to be here. Thank you.
Mexico, missionary work with the youth group, as chaperone for youth group in Fatima. And that week I grew more in that week that I spent in Southfield than I ever have, because I was able to watch how the poor of the poor live, you know, and it was life-changing. And I thank God every day of my life for the opportunity I had to do that.
Anyone else support Kelly?
I'll just quickly echo what Sister Katherine said. It doesn't matter how long you've been served or been a staffer in this organization, you can never stop learning. My grandmother always told me, if you stop learning, you stop living. So this has been a great learning experience from us, and we're really thankful and looking forward to your feedback, because your feedback will in turn help us to continue to evolve and do a good job as far as empowering you to help serve our community best. So thank you all again, and we'll close in prayer. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Oh God, your love ignites our hearts, captures our imaginations, shapes our dreams, and awakens possibilities. Make us disciples on fire with your love, so that we can become true followers of St. Vincent DePaul and Blessed Frederick Ozenam. Help us, O God, to enkindle in others a sense of hope that transformation is possible, and give us the grace to transmit to others the fire of their charism. Let us pray.